All right, let's get started. Oop, wrong screen. There we go. Welcome everyone. I hope everyone's going well tonight. Yeah, we're just going to jump straight back into it. We're having a look at the API, getting that all hooked up at the moment as best as possible. And yeah, if we get that done really quickly, we'll probably move on to Whelp UI, I should say. In which case we're going to extract out all the prefab components and have them in a library. The reason being is I kind of want to reuse them for another project, and instead of just doing them all in NearBeach and then copying over the files and doing all that kind of stuff, I'm going to make them as generic as possible, put them as a library so that way I can download them into projects. It also helps with testing too, because all the unit tests will be separated out and I won't need to run them against NearBeach constantly, which will be great. So yeah, let's get back into here. So we have, if we bump this off to the left, we've got a forbidden status. We're missing the token. That's where we were. So last time I realized I was hitting the wrong endpoint, so I'll quickly change that. We've got the right endpoint now. It should be hitting the, oh, it's not actually hitting the correct slot. All right, we're going to fix that. So let's just hit reload, make sure we've got the latest and greatest. It's now hitting the correct one. We should, yes, we are passing the CRF token through, but the response application credentials were not provided. In which case, if I go admin over here, let's say I hit that again, it's all authentication. All right. So we do actually have let's say packages, REST framework. Oh, all right. Let's open up NearBeach. We don't see anything in there dealing with that. If I hover over this, yeah, we've got VM. All right, and that's perfectly fine. All right, this might be. Let's just go into the views. Let's go into authentication. Let's open up authentication view in here. Once again, we also had to think about what we're going to be doing with these classes, just because there's one function in there. I thought there were going to be a bunch of functions in there. It might be the case that we extract these out and just have one file with multiple different functions in it and just get the call done that way, which is perfectly fine. Now, let's have a look at API view. So the Django REST framework. Let's look at, so it'll be like this, authentication classes, we want none. So what I want to do, so I'll do that and I press enter, authentication classes. Oh, I did it that time before it actually filled out the wrong line. I'm just gonna do that. I'm gonna start turning off that silly thing in a minute. You do not have permission to perform that action. All right, let's go Django REST framework. This would be part of the API view. Open to public. And just as we do that, we have hit an ad break. So for those on YouTube wondering what's actually going on at the moment, we are running ads on Twitch because of pre-rolled ads. They suck. We did this so no one misses out on any content. So yeah, hopefully everyone's going well today. It is going to be a warm weekend here. So yeah, I'm going to bring in some of my... Oh, that reminds me. I need to book in a reminder tomorrow morning to water my plants. There you go. And we've got about 40 seconds left for the ads. Yeah, tomorrow's going to be 34 degrees Celsius. For those in freedom units, that's 93. And then Sunday's going to be nice, and then Monday's going to be apparently hot, or Tuesday it's going to be really, really hot. So yeah, we haven't had rain here in a while, which I'm a bit concerned about. So yeah, hopefully we get something soon. And we're about 10 seconds left with the ads. Okay. Let's just bump over here. Welcome back, everyone. Now, going through the permissions and stuff like that, I remember that we do set up some defaults and stuff like that. We will need to... We'll have a quick look at that. I don't want to remove that as a default. What I want to do is add in the authentication, being like, oh, this one's perfectly fine. So if we go REST framework dot authentication dot we've got authenticate remote to do token base get user. All right, we don't actually have any of those. But we do have allow any. All right. Just gonna paste that in. REST framework is not denied. From REST framework. All right, no, not a problem. What we want to actually do is from REST framework permissions import allow any. All right, cool. And then what we can do is we can do something like that. And we might make a note is users don't need to be logged in to log in. All right, easy done. If we go back over here and we hit the sign in, we've got a 500. That's perfectly fine. Allow any has no attribute authenticate. All right. Meaning I've screwed up. So permission classes. All right. Where are we getting is authenticated from? That's permissions. All right, so REST framework permissions. We'll see what we can do. And Sherry Carrot, how are you going? Hopefully you're going well. Is it still cold over there? All right, so what can we import? Alright, apparently we can import allow any, which seems... Did I... read only might be another one. Yeah, I can't complain. I'm glad it's Friday. So, yeah. I'm a bit tired. But otherwise perfectly fine. Okay, permission classes, read only. read only. All right. I'm just going to copy this. And then what I'm going to do is, it's a class. Oh, okay, no, I get that now. Okay. So they've got their own class read only and so forth like that. We allowed any permission class allows unrestricted access regardless of the request or yeah, which is what we want. So we want allow any because this is a login section. So what we're trying to actually do is allow anyone to actually access this API point. All right, the next thing I've got to do is import. Yep. All right, cool. I'm just going to hit refresh, make sure everything's back. We're going to delete this. I'm just going to log in, and then authentication serializer. Object has no attribute username. Oh, all right. Annoying. But this seems to be a bug that I have to fix now, but no problem, we'll get this fixed. So that should have been a post. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put a breakpoint here and I'm going to try that again. So have we hit that breakpoint? No, probably not. We'll just refresh to make sure the server is back and running. I'm going to hit, there we go. Now we've hit the breakpoint. So we get here. Now, if we have a look at the request data sent from the front end to us, we can see, and I know this is very, very tiny, and I do apologize, everyone. We see username, and those are not correct. All right. Oh wait, username, string, oh wait, yeah, no, don't worry, those are correct. It's just how that's actually structured. Okay, not a problem. So we want to go forward. We want to check if the serialization is perfectly fine, and if we actually open this up, we go into this implementation. We only want username and password in this sort of case. It might be... No, we're not doing... This is very, very basic. We're just grabbing the characters of it. We're not doing any funky database stuff at the moment. All right. It bumps over. So we should now have the serializer. And if we open up the serializer... All right. No. Fields, messages. I might be getting the data out wrong. That might be it. Okay. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to step over. Yeah, it crashes there. All right. So this 500 just means that something's gone wrong in here. Authentication serializer has no attribute. Yeah, all right, that now makes sense. So what we want to do, Django REST framework, serializers, fields. We're just going to have a read of the quick documentation at the moment. I'm going to do this so you guys can actually see what it is. So we've got the core argument, Boolean fields, string fields. We're all happy with all of that. I don't see us extracting fields out. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back. Serializers, extract data fields. All right, cool. See what's going to happen. How to extract models for the... That's probably something different. That's perfectly fine. What we want to do, extract data from this. Close that thing. So, message, send it to the child foreign key. Yep. We adjusting API, serial class, the permission, get object, message. I don't know. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go username in here equal serializer validated data. And we're going to do the same thing here, validated data, password, just because that's getting very, very long. I'm going to split that up over onto two different lines, like so, keeping it in that sort of Pythonic sort of syntax. All right, so I'm going to be happy with that. I'm going to get rid of this breakpoint at the moment. We're going to go back over into this code and we're going to sign in. Boom. All right. So that worked perfectly fine. Now, we don't, for this particular user, we don't actually have anything sort of hooked up. Yeah, we don't have anything hooked up to 2FA or anything like that. So we've got a couple of things we could do. I've got a 031 test environment I can bump back it down into, quickly set up a database for that, basic sort of database, put it into here, do the migrations, and test using that. But first, I kind of want to get everything correct. Because the authenticate happens, but the login doesn't happen down until here. I do know so I'm just having a quick little think how I could actually tackle this problem. So I could do something fancy where essentially it's got a class for this particular session. User sort of does their thing. They authenticate, but need the two-factor. It goes back to the two-factor, does its thing, comes back here. It's still got that that authentication sort of thing, and then does the two-factor and all that kind of fun stuff. And I'm kind of like, well, no, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the user to log in. Yeah, I'm going to do that. All right, cool. And what I'm going to do is user has device, login, two-factor required. All right, cool. I'm going to split this off into its own thing. So I'm going to keep the class here because I'm going to split these out into their own little private function. So I want to go def, I want to go login. In this sort of case, I think we can get away with a static method because we're not really sending the self back in. What we're actually doing is we're just grabbing those. We're just going to go in here. We're just going to paste that in. Now we'll need the request and we'll need the user. Oh, and the #1 sniper, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome. I do hope you are enjoying my content. Now, we also need the serializer. We can always just create a new serializer. That's perfectly fine. Because it's just one of these. yeah, it's just one of those. So what we're going to do, serializer equals authentication serializer. We don't need the data.request. This will be just the read-only sort of stuff that goes down. This will then be the status equals the login enum success, and then that's it. So yeah, we won't need that. That's pretty obvious. We are going to do some linting a little bit later, and what we want to do is we want to add in little sort of comments at the top of the class and the methods explaining kind of what they do. So with this post, we all go down here. I'm going to handball that off into another location. That will be perfectly fine. And then this will be should be that. Yeah, it's going to be that simple. All right. This will always be that. That's fine. That authenticates the user. And yeah, we just need to do something like this. So we've got another static method, and what we'll have is handle two-factor. We'll keep those in at the moment, just because I like everything in alphabetical order. We're going to do something like that. Whoops. So we're just going to scroll down for a second. I'm just going to cut that out, and then we're just going to go self.handle two-factor. We're going to key that in like that. That's going to be perfectly fine. We're happy with that. I just want to go over here. I just want to paste those in at the moment. We need the serialization passing through. And this is where we kind of can sort of put this up as a public entity. And that shouldn't hurt too much, having it as a public entity. And then, because if we saves us recreating it here, it just means that we can just key something on and just return it back, and that will be perfectly fine. It does mean that that no longer becomes a static method. I'm not too fussed about that. Means I get to access it wherever I need. Yeah, all right, cool. So what I want is serializer. Now that's going to be authentication serializer equals none at the moment. So this just tells the system, hey, it's going to be this. All right. That's it. So we're going to get rid of this. Now what we can actually do is we just type in self. Like so. Over here we can go self.serializer.status, and then we can go self.serializer.data. So that way, hey, we've got this all in one spot now. Same with this one. We can sort of go self.serializer.status equals login dot success, and get rid of all of that. And then we can go self. Once again, we'll need to bring self into here. All right, so that will log in the user. Then it will tell the front end, hey, everything works perfectly fine. Cool. Now, with this case, what we've got to do, self.serializer, cool. Yep, self dot. Yep, all right, cool. And all that's perfectly fine. Easy done. Down here, once again, we're moving this. Oh wait, this is actually, no, user none, sorry. Okay, easy done. Initial values, handle all of that. Sec type user got abstract base user instead. I'm not too fussed about that at the moment. Might not work, in which case then we might need to do something about this, in which case then we'll handle the login process, move that all about here and put it in its own thing. All right, so we've got handle two-factor. So if the self.serializer dot validated data. Now I think it's, I don't know what we're going to call it. It should be called two-factor code. All right, and we'll actually put this into here. So that would belong over here. We'll go two-factor code. That's going to be required equals false and write only equals true. So that's what the user is going to send us. So we've got the, not that, we've got that, we've got that. What I want to actually do now is all right, so we've got the serializer status to do two-factor required. That's actually got to, oh, sorry, that's got to be like that. So if it is none, we then handle all of that. Now that's saying that there's probably something better. Oh no, we're going to be doing something else down here. Then down here, it's going to verify I'm going to put that in there just for the moment. What we need to actually do is handle it down here. So what happens is the user hits this if they've got 2FA, it goes through this, it goes, all right, cool, we want the 2FA code. If it's none, we are going to send back a request for that code. It's going to be a HTTP 200, okay, that's perfectly fine. Nothing went wrong, we just want the code. Can you please supply it? The next thing to do is, if they do send back a code, it will then verify the code, log the user in, verify the code. Yeah, I've got to figure it out. So this will be Django one-time password verify code. All right, authentication and authentication. Let's have a look at this. Let's bump this. Oh, we don't need that. Authentication users soliciting a one-time password from user is more complicated than soliciting a password. Ooh, that's another thing, is we're going to have to handle so to do handle sending out the one-time password to user if they have set up an email. which, hey, happens. Now, in most cases, we will try and get YubiKeys working, we'll try and get email working, and we'll try and get authentication apps working. All right, going back over here. One thing, each user may have any number of one-time password devices registered to their account, and the token itself won't tell us which one is intended. And of course, we won't know which devices we should check until after we've identified the user base on their username and password. Complicating this further is the fact that some plugins are interactive, in which case verifying the user is at least a two-step process. All right, verifying a user can happen in one or two stages. One option is to require an one-time password up front along with a password. Alternatively, we can accept single-factor authentication initially, but allow or require the user to provide a second factor later on. The following section begins with simpler strategies and provides to the low-level APIs that would allow you to implement more complex policies. Now, one thing which I could potentially do is, instead of having username and password, let me just log out. Give me 2 seconds. Okay, I can't do it that way. I've done something evil. All right. So instead of username and password, what I could do, let me just delete this component, is I can have an email. Like that, or a username, like that. And then instead of a sign in, they'll go next, in which case it quickly contacts the backend, goes, hey, listen, does this person have 2FA or not? And then passes that information back. And when it loads up the next page, we will know, as the user typing out their password, if they require 2FA or not. So that could be a process that I could also do. It could be. And that way it just becomes a wizard. But I don't know how quick I can get that done. And that's the key to this, is getting it done really, really quickly. Because when they hit next, there's going to be a password. If that's auto-filled in, the person's just going to click next again. We could add on a minor delay onto the button itself, waiting for the response to come back from the backend. And if there's no user with that name, still continue to the password and then just fail them out right away. That could also be another way how I design this. But it does add in a little bit of a delay to log in, and I don't like that. I mean, at the moment I'm okay with that. They type in their username, they type in their password, they hit sign in. The sign in thing does its own thing. Yeah, we could do that. And then once they're signed in, if they need the 2FA, it will move to the 2FA screen, which will just hide this and show the 2FA. In which case I will still have all their credentials, and then I just send everything all in one hit again, and it should do that. All right. Cool. So I just needed to say what I am thinking out loud. Easy way. Django one-time password views login. This is a replacement for the. Ooh. that requires two-factor authentication. It's slightly clever. If the user already authenticated but not verified, it'll only ask for the user. It'll only ask the user for their one-time password. Oh. I might have made this even simpler for myself if I use this. If the user is anonymous or is already verified by the one-time password, it will use the full username password token form in order. Oh, all right. I'm probably also going to sneeze, so heads up. Bless ya. Oh, bless me. Sorry about that. All right. The authentication form. Django provides some high-level APIs to make it easier to authenticate users. If you're accustomed to using Django's built-in login view, this section will show you how to turn into a two-factor. All right, cool. In the Django, user authentication actually takes place not in the view, but in an authentication form or subclass. If you're using Django's built-in login view, you're already using the default authentication form. This form performs authentication as part of the validation. Validation only succeeds if the supplied credentials pass. All right, cool. If you require two-factor authentication in your default login, the easiest way to use is one-time password authentication form instead. All right, we might think of doing something like that, having a look at that. All right, username, password, OTP device. Users are select to allow the user to choose from running their registered device. It will be empty as long as form.getUsers is none. That's the case. And one-time password token. All right, so that's probably what we need to change things into as a field for entering the one-time token. It should always be included. All right. Should be visible. Yeah. All right. If the user submits a one-time token, all users one time to do asking to do. All right. So we've got a URL pattern. Login. So what if we do that? I wonder what it will send back. One way to tell. All right, let's just play around with this now. Let's see if it will fit for us. If it fits for us, we'll key it in, we'll set it all up properly, and we'll remove any code that we don't need anymore. So what I want is URLs. We are going to do this as internal. Or actually no, we're just going to do this in base at the moment. So we're going to go temp URLs and temp URLs. Oh, this is... That's old, is it? Yeah, that's very old. Because yeah, now we use path. And then I just need to import these from one-time password. Something's telling me as I'm doing this, it probably won't want to work as how I want it to. Because yeah, I've got to set up my own login view as view and all that kind of fun stuff. Just going down here. So with form, we've got the form row, username, password, errors. Cool, that's fine. Got the one-time password errors. One-time password errors, and then we've got the submit row. We've got the input type login. All right, cool. If form get user input and if. All right. I can see how this works. Custom forms. Most of the functionality of is implemented in a mixin class. Shared mixins. Subclasses that wish to handle over to you. Subclasses do not follow. All right. Define these additional device token challenge. All right, low level API. All customized integrations can be used these API to manage. All right, cool. I'm just gonna clean up. Verifying one-time password token should always take place inside of a transaction. If you're loading the device yourself, be sure to select for update to prevent concurrent access. All right. Now, in our case, what we're doing is, I don't think we'll have more than one device. Though we could. I'm just thinking out aloud at the moment. So if the user has more than one device added to their system, I'm going to allow it. And hi, Julie Nees. We are sort of implementing the API login. So we've got NearBeach, and what this is going to do is it's going to hit our sort of API sort of stuff now. The idea being is we kind of want this as a single page sort of application, because it was really annoying when someone submitted something, it would just reload the page, and then they had to do the 2FA, reload the page, and all that kind of fun stuff. It was a bit slow. So yeah, we're just implementing it like that. That way, it's just data back. It's going to be a bit quicker. We should also get rid of some of those warnings. Oh wait, the field has a minimum number. Yeah, we're pushing the minimum number. Oh, sorry, I wanted this. So, no, this one. Returns an iterable of all devices registered to the given user. Returns an empty iterable for anonymous users. All right, cool. So, what we want to do in this. So we've got the handle this here. Oh, that's the 2FA. Handle the 2FA. All right, cool. So if user has device, user that, it goes into the handling of that. All right. So up here, we know that the user has a 2FA device here. We want to get a list of their devices. So I don't know what their devices are going to be, but what we could do is we can import devices for users. So that would be the Django one-time password. That will just be, oops. Gotta learn how to skip words. Alright, so I'm just going to put devices equals devices for users. And the reason why we're doing that is we're going to hover over this. We know it's not going to be used. We're all happy with that. It says any. Parameter user confirmed equals true. Yeah, that's fine. That's all fine. Any. Returns an empty iterable for anonymous. All right. I kind of want to know what the shape is. What my roadmap, like what I've done to get here, or what I'm going to do for NearBeach moving forward. Because currently we're going through a refactor, so we're removing all of our technical debt, which does mean that we've got to sort of implement newer ways of how we did things, like moving everything to an API and stuff like that. Oh, what I've done to get here right now, started building small little tiny things. NearBeach did start off as a learning thing, but it was built sort of with an idea of a different task management system I did a very long time ago job. So funny enough, I actually learnt maths. I got a degree in maths. There I learnt C, C++, and MATLAB and Maple. I can't draw with the mouse, so excuse the terrible drawing. From there, I went into being a data scientist. I built small sort of C++ with the Qt framework, database sort of solutions, very, very small. I meant to do a specific sort of task. And then I went into IT, worst decision ever. I then decided to be like, you know what, I want to know why some of these pieces of software are so terrible. I ended up just upskilling myself in web development, so I learned JavaScript and HTML. I just learned the basics. And then over time, I also learned PHP with WordPress. And the reason being is a lot of digital agencies still use WordPress. And from there, I started upskilling myself on other different sort of frameworks and stuff like that. So I learned a tiny amount of React. I'm not the best with React, so don't ask me any questions about React. I learned VueJS. I learned a little bit of AngularJS. It's been a while since I've touched AngularJS though, so once again, don't ask me anything about that. I'm now using a lot of .NET and Umbraco at my current job. And that's it. My recommendation if you want to get into web development is build something. And don't be afraid if you don't know anything. It's fine. 10 years ago, I didn't know anything. So, yeah. If you want some resources on learning, we recommend Free Code Camp. You don't need to create an account. If you don't want to create an account, just click on menu and go into curriculum and you can start accessing any of this. The account just tracks where you are. So yeah, build something. Don't build something really, really big. Build something really small. something achievable that you can do in a day. It could be something like a to-do list, or you might after that do something where you might build a web scraper to scrape something from the web, or you might want to sort of build a dynamic page using React, Vue, Svelte, whatever framework you want, where you click on a button and something happens. And yeah, just keep building stuff. My other recommendation is when you do start building stuff, after about between 1 month and 3 months, depending how much stuff you build, have a look at the first thing you built. The reason why I tell people to do that is because you realize that you can build it better, and you've learned so much since then. You don't know how far up a cliff you've climbed unless you look down. So yeah. Anyway, originally we used what was called Django 2 Factor as library. We don't want to use that anymore because once again, it's doing the page load sort of stuff, and we're like, no, we kind of want to move it into API calls. We will be implementing OAuth also eventually. So yeah, it's one of those things where we're like, we'll move this all to the API. That way we can have a single sign-on application that will hopefully handle all that we need. So yeah. Yeah, no, you'll make a lot of mistakes, learn from them, that's perfectly fine. I make mistakes still. So yeah, I've made terrible mistakes before. And as you can tell, I'm still learning things and still figuring it out. You don't know everything. You end up learning how to actually sort of source information that you need and also problem solving around it. So yeah, like I'm doing right now. So I'm learning, instead of doing the Django 2 Factor, what I'm doing is I'm learning the library that it uses. So that way I can implement and roll my own 2FA verification stuff. All right, so we've got devices for users. User is not anonymous, return none. That's perfectly fine. In this sort of case, we won't be returning none because we know that the user has a device. We've checked that in a prior step. We could recheck it here and then throw up an error and be like, yo, what is this? I'm going to put this right here. So what we want to do list yeah, this would be a, I don't have enumerable. Now I don't know what a list serializer, I've forgotten. Django REST framework list serializer. So we've got serializers in here. We just want to find the list serializer. We'll just go banging right down here. We'll go many equals true. So list serializer class provides the behavior of a serializer, validating multiple objects at once. You won't typically need to use this serializer directly, but should instead simply pass many equals true when initializing a serializer. All right. Initialize many true is passed into list. All right, cool. Allow empty. We will allow empty, just in case. Max length we don't need to worry about. Min length we don't need to worry about. And I don't know if we need anything else in there. So I'm gonna, and that should be read only. Just because, yeah, we won't need the front end to send anything to us. Have you got any experiences building an inventory and management system? No, I don't. None at all, sorry. Would be interesting, but yeah, no experience with inventory management. So all right, going into here, what I want to do is, sorry, because I need to move your tail out of the way. I'm going to go self.serializer. This will be devices. We're just going to go devices for users. Out. It says Control Plus to choose the selected. What the? All right, that didn't work. I'm gonna turn off some of the autocomplete stuff. All right, so we've got to figure out if one of those devices is an email, and the reason being is, if it is, we need to actually email, send an email to the user, but we won't worry about that just yet. What I should do is I'm going to cancel this. I'm going to stop that for a second. What I'm going to do, CD, I'm going to go into the old version of NearBeach. We're just going to go source VM bin activate Python 3 manage run server. We're just going to open up localhost like this. We know what the admin password is. That's perfectly fine. What we're actually going to be doing is we're adding into FA over here. So this is what NearBeach currently looks like. As you can tell, it's very blocky, very poorly UI design and stuff like that. You'll notice the blue curtain happens every single time the page reloads. That's just to hide the fact that there's nothing on the screen for a fraction of a second. Yeah, we're getting rid of all of that technical debt. You said take on small project, but I like to build a receipt cost calculator, COGS calculator. But first I think I need to build an ingredient manifest. Yeah, build something small. Ingredient manifest should be small enough. Yeah, start very, very small with it, and then be like, what other features can I add in? Just start adding features. After a while, if it becomes really clunky, my recommendation is, especially if there's a lot of technical debt, and especially if you've learned a lot, is delete. Sorry, I'm actually left-handed, and I do the mouse stuff with my right, and I'm terrible at writing. NearBeach got deleted. 95% of NearBeach's code got deleted in August 2020. It should have been 100%. Some of that technical debt came through and really, yeah, caused this technical debt pile up. But yeah, deleting's fine. If your project gets somewhere and you get to a point being like, I love this project, but there's too much technical debt for this, delete and rebuild. Sounds crazy, but it does help. All right, so we're just going through this. We are going to do an email at, give me 2 seconds. I need to just visit Mailtrap. And what I want to do is, I've logged in, all right. Oh. No, sorry, that was meant to actually go over in this tab over here. Oh. Don't I have my Mailtrap set up? Possibly not. No, I don't. All right, not a problem. I'm gonna go email. Hold on. I think I know what the problem is. I'm just gonna cancel that. I'm gonna copy NearBeach .env. And copy it here. It's got all my environmental variables in it. That's fine. We go on to this. We just hit next. We go email. We hit next again. It takes a little bit longer this time. So this is why we want to actually put all of this into just a single page application. That way, when someone clicks next, we can notify the user and then change this dynamically instead of having the whole page reload, which it doesn't need to do. Yeah. We key that in. Now, NearBeach at the moment only allows one. Which is fine. I'm fine with that. Moving forward, we'll think of different ways and so forth like that. So I'm going to stop this. So that was the old version of NearBeach, the one which we're redesigning, cutting out a lot of the old crud. First, I want to remove the. It's not a capital S, right? Sorry. Oh, db.sqlite. All right, we're just removing that one, and what we're doing is we're copying the db SQLite here, and we're moving it over into there, and then deactivate out of here. We just want to go back there. We want to go npm run dev. We've got the devs, the npm server rerunning. I'm just going to rerun this. It's not going to work because we need to go source vm bin activate -3 manage migrate. Oh. Self.child is none. Oh. I've mucked up somewhere, and that's why this doesn't like me. The idea, when people finally migrate to 0.32 NearBeach, we're going to make it as seamless as possible. All of a sudden, you'll have new UI, you don't need to worry about data migration or anything like that. So I've mucked up somewhere. All right. All right, I think it is. I think I've mucked up here. So I'm just going to comment that one out at the moment. We are going to comment that one out at the moment. I'm going to stop that. We are going to run this. There we go. That was the problem, those two lines. That's the joy of programming. You program in more bugs. There you go. So that was the migration process from 0.31 to 0.32. We want that as seamless as possible. It did take a few seconds to run. We're fine with that. I'm just going to go npm run dev. We're going to jump onto this. We're going to open up the debug. Everything works over here now. Yep. We can go back over here. We can hit refresh. And what I want to do is I want to type in the admin password, but I want to put a breakpoint there. Or a bad request. Ooh. Naughty. Let's reload. Just the admin password and stuff like that. So I just 403. Oh, it's should be doing that. Not a problem. We're just going to do this at the moment. And also, I've got to make sure that I didn't change anything else. That is going to the API version 1 authentication. So that is correct. Oh, ad break. Sorry, I just spotted it. There we go. Hopefully everyone's going well. We are joined right now by Socks. There she is. She is there waiting for everyone. For those on Twitch, there is the ability to give her treats, and she wants them. She wants all the treats. But in the meantime, I'm going to quickly run and get myself a drink of water. We've got about 40 seconds left of the ads. All right, how are we with the ads? 15 seconds. Okay. I'm gonna put these in. Put these in. All right, welcome back, everyone. All right. So, when you're using session authentication, you're using Django's authentication, which usually requires CSRF to be checked. REST framework enforces this only for session authentication. You must pass the cross. Yep. All right. Cool. I'm going to open up that. You can retrieve all right, the CSRF token is saved as a cookie called that you can retrieve from the HTTP response various. All right, cool. If you cannot retrieve the cookie, this is usually a sign that you should not be using session authentication. I recommend token authentication or depending on. All right, cool. In this sort of case, I think we're just missing. In this sort of case, I do kind of want this in, even though we're not making this it's an internal API. So we definitely want this. I'm trying to remember. What the decorator that provides that to view. See Yep. All right. Yeah, that's just providing the protection. What I need it to do is I need it to render it out into the cookie, don't I? All right. This is where we're going to delete all of that. We're going to reload everything. I'm going to click on this. We're going to click on headers. We've got the cookie, CSRF token, yada 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 yada. PyCharm, don't sit on the keyboard, please, sweetie. So we got something there with the cookies. I keep forgetting what this is. Not memory. Oh no, Jesus. 5 megabytes already. All right, so what I want to do, VueJS pick up. Oops, sorry, I've been using Macs all day, so I've got the Mac shortcut keys in my head. From Medicare, how do I get that in that? All right, cool. View, comment, document. All right, there's got to be a better way. I know that there used to be a better way. Oh, that's 7 years ago. Yeah, that's well out of date. Oh, 2020, 6 years ago. Oh yes, socks. Someone wants to give you treats. All right. Sorry, I just saw that. All right. I'll be right back. Treats are in the bedroom. All right. Socks knows what's happening in your bed. No, don't just jump out of your bed when you jump into the bed. You're gonna jump into the bed. Everyone wants to see you jump into the bed. Alright, in your bed. No. In your bed. No. In your bed. Alright, you gonna stay? There you go. It's taken me years to teach her how to get into her bed. And now, are you gonna stay in your bed? Or are you just going to... you create a Google Sheet file for inventory reordering with our vendors that we just print off and check stock manually. But in the big picture, I like an IMS to track the inventory when the order is placed. Oh yeah, fair enough. Still working on staying in the bed. Yeah. And as you can see, she also likes licking the bed too. And now I can't get to my mouse. Oh, no, you can go back, Socks, in your bed. In your bed. Good girl, go right in your bed. I'm just gonna tootle you on your butt. There you go. Yeah, so how I would tackle that sort of problem is you've got this spreadsheet, so you know what fields you want. In here, you could, for example, have an SKU. And then you could have stock quantity. But what you could do, if you've got quantity in multiple locations, this is a database table. Let's say you got your SKUs in this table. You've got another table called warehouse codes or something like that. And then you join these up, and then you'll have the SKU and the warehouse code and the quantity in here. That's how I would start with that. Build it up from there. All right, so let's fix this issue. We have fixed this originally in NearBeach. So if we actually go back into the old code of NearBeach itself, of the 031 branch, we can see, which reminds me, I've actually got to update. I did a push today We can see under the source, JavaScript, and the app. We actually have this set up here. So I'm just wondering if that should be set up. Let's find out if it is actually set up. Now, the reason why it worked before was because I logged in and then I logged out, but I still had that CRF token and it picked that up. So I want in here the login TS. We do have it there. Yeah, we do have it. We've got Axios instance here. And we do create an Axios there. So I'm just going to refresh this. I'm just going to delete all of this and I'm just going to put admin and I'm going to go sign in. We're going to have a look at what it sends. We are sending in a cookie. But yeah, we still get a 403 token missing. Which is not what we want. And that's requested headers. It should be in response. Oh no, requested headers. It should be in there. And that's what we used to do on NearBeach itself. And yeah, we create the Axios instance. I think the problem was me. Yeah, big problem was me, I think. So let's try that again. Let's go admin, let's go sign in. Boom. All right, big problem was me. So we're now in here, which is great. We're just going to move forward by 1, and it failed straight away. Yeah, couldn't get any valid data. Okay, not a problem. Not a problem. We'll break this if statement down. So what we can do is we can go to factor key. I think what do we call it? In this sort of case, what we are going to do, we're going to actually copy what their documentation says. I've got a lot open at the moment, so bear with me whilst I still look through all of this. I don't know why I closed Mailtrap. In fact, I'm going to put Mailtrap up there for a minute. We've done that, we've done that, we've done that, we've done that, we've done that. The serializer, we'll come back to that. Actually, we'll keep it open because we'll be coming back to it. So we've got one-time password token. So I'm just going to put this into here, LMNOP, so that actually belongs up there because I like things in alphabetical order. So required equals false. I'm going to still I'm going to put that as a true. And what I'm going to do is we're going to jump onto the components. We've got the login page. We've got the login page itself. So we're just going to open up the login page. And then we've got the login panel. Some of this I'm going to move up the stream, and we're going to have the refs up a little bit higher, but for the moment they're going to belong here. We're going to go one-time password token equals ref, and the value by default is just going to be black like that. And then when we send the data to get what we want, so route link to forgotten password on sign in at click sign in. Oh, hang on, sorry, it's up here. Sign in API client. Oh yeah, that's going to come up with that freaking silly thing. To send.set one-time password token equals that. All right, so it's going to send it blank no matter what. Then up here, one-time password token equals self.serializer. In this sort of case, we want validated data. And then if one-time token is none, or one-time token equals nothing, which is what we want to check for, that's when we want to do all of this stuff. So I'm just going to put a breakpoint there. I'm hoping this works. We're just going to refresh. We're going to clear all of that. I am just going to use the admin default admin stuff. We've got a 400. Bad request. So we've got one-time password token. OTP, one-time password, right only is true, it's character field. Oh, is it failing? Is it failing because it's empty? All right, one way to find out what we do, we go into here, we hit the post, we hit this with a breakpoint. We're like, all right, let's try that again. Hit that, we go bang. All right, there we are. So it puts it in. Is it valid? False. We're just gonna bump over to here. One-time password, this field may not be blank. Code equals blank. All right. Yeah, maybe as because it's required. I'm going to do that. I'm going to be naughty. Let's see. Let's see if that works. So we're hitting this again. All right, cool. We're going to step over. We're going to step boom. All right, cool. I'm going to get rid of that. We're going to hit play. We're going to go up here. And now it's going to check all of this. Sweet. So what we've got is one-time password. We're going to get the validated data out of there. We're going to go forward. Oh, look at that. It's got nothing in it. It's going to go up here. We're just going to return all of that. That's going to be fine. It does log the user in. The user should not be logged in. Alright, not a problem. I think I know the bug for this. I think that bug is down here. I just got this, and instead we should return that. That way, what's actually happened is it's passed all of this, it's then come down here and just done all of that. So yeah, we don't want that. I'm going to go over here. This is why we test. I'm going to type in admin absolutely incorrectly. I'm going to log out. So we're logged in. I am going to try that again. We're going to sign in. Boom, we hit here. I forgot to comment that out because we wanted devices. That's perfectly fine. We're just going to go through. We're just going to hit play. It should do nothing here. It should still send back a 200 being like, yo, everything was fine, but you need to do other stuff. And if I do that again, I'm just gonna hit play. It should not be reloading the. No, I get it. No, just wait. Something else I'm doing. So on the then, we're just doing all of that. Otherwise, in here, what we need is we need response, and then we need response.data. I'm just going to console log response. We're going to kill that out for the moment. Just going to refresh this. I'm just going to bump this in here like this. We've got all of that. We've got the response where we've got the statuses. That's wrong. So we've got the data, we've got the status. Why do we have failing? And Scotty B, how are you? Hopefully you're going well. Have I done a typo in here somewhere? Yeah, of course, we've got a. The TypeScript stuff is going to annoy the hell out of me. Yeah, it's going to annoy me, but that's fine. We should be sending the two-factor. Anyway, that's fine. What I'll do, I'll stop here. I will then go through this. We've got the HTTP. We should have the data then pass through. I'm just going to reload, make sure we've got the latest code and everything like that. We're going to do that. We're going to hit the network tab. We're going to do that. We're going to sign in for the admin. We've got a breakpoint here. So I'm just going to hit forward. Our devices now contain something like this. GI code. Turns an interval for all devices given a rate. The hell has it given me? GI frame. Static. Confirm to probably not the thing I'm actually looking for. I'm most likely looking for something that will give me a list of devices, so that way I can find out which device I am validating against and stuff like that. But also I want to have a look at the status. Something's wrong with the status here. So here, login, two-factor required. All right, cool. I'm going to comment out the devices. We're just going to hit play. Because yeah, this should not be set up like this. This is wrong. This is value label. No, that's wrong. If we have a look at this, statuses, default, login, should be failure. As part of that enum, what we want to do. Hold on. Oh no, the enum is that. Yeah. The failures. No, that's incorrect. All right, I'm going to change this. we're just going to do this for a second. I'm just going to go status equals serializers.character field, read only equals true, default equals login status num.failure. I want to see if this works. I'm only refreshing so I know when that server comes back. What do I want to do? Cancel that, do that. And then, yeah, there we go. That's what I want. So I'm not going to have the enum in here. We're going to get rid of that. That's perfectly fine. We're going to leave it like that. Now, what I can do is, that's a failure though. That's not what we want. What I want to actually happen up here is two-factor required. I'm just going to put in something hard-coded. Help me. And it should just return. I'm just going to refresh, making sure this comes back. There we go. We're all happy with that. We're going to do that. We're just going to do that. And we're going to do that. No, even though... Hold on, I'm not hitting that breakpoint anymore. There, I'm hitting the breakpoint. And then if I open up this, I'm just looking for status in here. Got one-time password. Yep, that's perfectly fine. Status, we've got status as help me. Alright, and then, yeah, we just return that. This is a request framework. I'm just gonna hit play. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know why we're getting that. It's literally coming back as failure. I'm not liking that at all. If I get rid of that, and I'm just going to hit reload until everything works again, and I'm going to hit sign in. We're definitely hitting this. Now we just get nothing. Oh, I think I've done something wrong. Serializer dot. Hang on. Hang on. I think I know. Alright, we've got a 500 error now. Create must be implemented. Alright, yeah, I'm screwing up here. I've forgotten how to handle these. Might be the case that I just need to recreate the serializer before sending it back, which we will do. And if that's the case that we no longer need the serializer global, then so be it. But what I want to do is I want to go serializer equals the authentication serializer. We don't want any of that. What we want is we want status equals help me. We'll fix this up all in a second. We get rid of this. This is just temporary code. We're just figuring out what the hell's going on. We're just going to refresh till we get something. We're just going to delete all of that, and we're going to hit that. We've got a 500 issue. Unexpected keyword status. Alright, anyway, we've got an ad break at the moment on Twitch. For those on YouTube wondering what's actually happening, we run ads every half an hour on Twitch. That's to stop the pre-rolled ads. They suck. We tend to do this, yeah, we just do this whilst we're waiting. We've got about a minute left of the ads. So yeah, once the ads are done, we'll go right back into it. I've forgotten the key concept with the serializers, and I've got to remember how to update a serializer's value. I might type that in, how to Django REST framework update serializer. Alright, cool. No, I just want to update it. That's what we're doing. All right. Yeah. Do I need to... Oh, wait, hang on. We're no longer in the ads. Do you need to set status serializer to see the status where you have read only equal? Oh. Yeah, where's this? There it is. So my assumption with serializers is the read-only is the backend can add to it, but the front end really can't add to it. That's my understanding of it. But what I can do is, let's just get rid of it. Let's test something out. All right, let's get rid of this. Let's just do that, and then serializer.status equals help me. And let's see if that works. We've just got to wait for this to come back. I'm going to do that. Going to hit this. We've got a 400 now. And that is because if I go down here, required is true. We're just going to go required equals false. Easy done. We're just going to go back over here. We're just going to wait for that service to come back. All right, cool. That's back now. We're just going to do that. We've now got all of that, and we've got the status still equals to nothing. And to make sure that we're actually hitting where we're saying we're hitting, I'm just going to put a breakpoint there. We're just going to... All right, we're not hitting there anymore. Sorry, I was meant to put a breakpoint here. So if I hit send, there we go. We have hit the break point. Maybe not. All right, let's just refresh to get everything into perspective. All right, now we've hit the break point. So the serializer should have the help me in here somewhere. But it doesn't. Should be something silly like don't say it's going to be something silly like that. Yeah. Well, we'll figure it out. I'm pretty sure I've had to do it in the past. I'm just going to hit play. It's not updating. Alright. Django REST framework, update, serializer, manually. Serializer. Oh, do we really need an... Do we need that? $500 issue. You must call is valid. All right. Ugh. That, go into that, go into that, go into that, and I keep having the breakpoint there, so I'm just going to ignore that and hit play, and then cannot call is... What? Cool. Just going to refresh, make sure this comes back. Cool, sweet, done. We are just going to bump this over into here. We've hit this breakpoint right now. We're going to step over. And wow, it crashes. As data equals keywords was passed. All right, let's have a look at this. All right. Update instance validator data. That's essentially what we're doing. Do we need to do the set attribute? Alright, I'm just going to delete this. We're going to play around with it. So, what we got here is we'll have set attribute. We'll have the self.serializer and we'll have the status, and we'll have help me. Go over here. And nothing comes back. Overriding .update. What's the... instance. That will be the status. Instance, no. Validated data, no, that's wrong. This is a plain serializer. This isn't, I'm pretty sure it isn't connected to a model. No, it isn't even connected to a model or anything like that. Do is instance.status, then if valid, then save. We did that before, and the problem is the valid stuff kept failing. So if we get rid of all of that, and we just go up here. We go self.serializer.status equals help me. Unless it's the word status itself. Possibly. And then if we do self.serializer is valid, arrays exception equals false. We're just going to do that, and we're just going to go b equals that. I'm going to put a breakpoint there. We're just going to go back over here. We're just going to hit refresh. We're just going to delete this. We're just going to add this in, and then we're going to do this. So we've just stated that the serializer is help. We've just hit save. We've got the is valid equals true. Don't know why that was throwing up a fit before. And we've still got nothing coming through. This is annoying. I'm just going to have a look at old code. Because I figured out this problem before. What I want to do, I want to go into NearBeach. Oops, Ox is here. We want to go into the views. We want to go into the old API system. We want to go into... let's say project API. So we've got the project view sets, we've got the create, we've got the project serialize that we passed through. So we've got the serializer in here, we've got the serializer save. We've got a couple of gets in there. We might have something in Project Serializer. Give me 2 seconds. That's a lot of the stuff. There's the create. So we're popping stuff out. Validated data. Serializer equals my serializer instance data. Partial equals true. Call serializer valid. Followed by serializer save to commit those changes. All right. We won't be committing the changes to the database. This is data we're actually sending just to the front end. Yeah. All right, let's try that out. So I'm just going to delete these 2 lines. That's easy done. So I'm going to call it serializer. Serialize equals, now in this sort of case, this would be the authentication serializer. You've got the self.serializer. And then we've got data equals. We've got status. Let's just put in, once again, help me. Partial equals true. All right, cool. And then let's serialize dot is valid. Raise exception. Okay, we'll go true. And let's see if that works. Damn. Alright. Yeah, we've got the serialize is valid. Did I save? We'll put it in. Yeah, it doesn't like to save. Update must be implemented. All right, hang on. Django REST framework update serializers. Let's have a look here. Got to pump that off to the other side. I'm doing that so you guys can also read partial updates. So, serializer, covenant serializer, partial. So that's what we've just done. By default, serializers must be passed values for all the required fields, or they will raise validation errors. You can use the partial agreement to, in this sort of case, we'll have this for read only. And that one for read only. We'll do that. What if I just recreate this thing? Let's just try that. I don't think I've... Now it's throwing up an issue. The one problem is if I do the serialize.save, it's going to throw up an issue. Alright, that hated that. Oh, I should put in a default equals. This is the login status enum dot failure. Easy done. Cool. We're happy with that. And what I'll actually do is I'll do this one correctly. Two-factor required. Alright, cool. We're going to put a breakpoint here. We're going to refresh. We're going to do the admin. We're just going to hit save. There's our breakpoint. So we're going to move forward. I'm going to have a look at the serializer. Alright, I'm just going to step forward. One time put. Oh. Yeah, but I don't care about those particular fields. Alright. Because it comes in. Alright. Let's go back to this. It might be the case that I have a different serialization just to send down the status. Not ideal. But I can use that in other places too. So whenever someone's changing something, I can have a status and a message. Yeah. I was hoping to get it all in one. Alright. Partial updates. We don't want partial updates. We want update values. Serializing an object. Deserializing an object. Yeah, saving instance. So, we've got an update. Yeah, that's... Oh, do we need to do it at the serializer? Oh my god. I think I figured it out. I think I've got to actually do it here. Sorry, a bit of a cough. All right, let's go down here. Let's go here. We're going to go def set status. So it's going to use self. It's just going to have a status and a message. And then it's going to be self.status equals status, and then self message equals that. We'll also we'll need an instance. In this sort of case, this isn't using self there. So I think this is static method. I don't think that will work. But here they've just got validated data and they're just updating it in here in the serializer itself. Oh yeah, no, it's okay, Ken. Yeah, no, I need someone to point out if I'm doing something silly, which happens way too often. So yeah, it's just, yeah. And thank you very much, Pat, on YouTube. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't know when you actually put the key in that message, but greatly appreciated. So we've got to do that, and then what I could potentially do is I'm going to delete that. I'm going to delete all of that. Is I'm going to go self.serializer equals self.serializer set status self two-factor required, no message. I'm going to do that and hope for the best. So I'm just going to refresh. Wow, that actually came back really, really fast. We're just going to do that. 500. All right. Fine. I'm just going to piss that off then. We're just going to do that. Object has no attribute data. I don't even know if we got into there. Yeah, we did. The self instance itself. Authentication view. No. It's because we don't. Oh, no, not update, sorry. That will be get value. Not get value, sorry. Set status. Or if you're going to want to do set serializer. Status would be login to two-factor and message will be that. I don't think that will work, but we'll give it a shot. No, we keep getting failure. All right. I'm heavily leaning on using a different serializer for this. But then again, we need the decorators and all of that. Sorry, not the decorators, the other information too. So I'm just having a quick think. All right. Be able to return a complete object instance based on all right, saving instances, validation, accessing the initial data, and then partial update. So by default, yeah, we could do another freaking partial update. Nested objects we're fine with. Right, dealing. All right, inspecting. All right, list base. Ugh. If you're supporting writable nested representations, you'll need a .create.update methods that handle saving multiple objects. All right, cool. Yeah, we're happy with that. Update. All right, that's yeah. All right, no, that's updating the model instance. I'm going to lean on doing, let's do this the easy way. Instead of putting it all in one model now, I'm just going to split this out. This is just taking way too long. I'm at that point where I'm like, I just don't care. Or, hear me out, I might be doing this the wrong way around. So, get rid of status from here. This is write only. We've got the username, password, a one-time password. We get rid of the message. We get rid of devices. The behavior where, sorry about beat my mouth in. DFR returns to generic failure message instead of detailed validation errors. Typically occurs when a low-level exception is raised and it's caused by generic error. Potential error at the default. Yeah. I might split the serializers out, and what I will do is I'll have one for importing and one for authentication authentication information serializer. I think that's just going to be the easy way to do this at the moment, instead of having it all in one sort of spot. So in here we've got authentication. I'm just going to go new. I'm just going to Python new. I'm going to go, actually, tell you what, I'm just going to copy this. Just going to paste. Authentication response serializer. Easy done. We don't need any of these. What I do need is I'll just put them down there for the moment. What I do need is status equals serializers dot. I'm just going to go character field. We are going to go required equals true. We are going to go default equals that. We're keying that one in. That's perfectly fine. And then we'll have message up here equals character field required equals false. We're happy with that. And then what we need is go back over into here. Handle to factor, serializer. We're just going to get rid of that. Devices. Equal serializers dot list field blank equals true, null required equals false, because we're not always going to require it, and then we get rid of these. Now I know it's now we've got two classes, which sometimes we have to deal with it like that. Authentication dot authentication fuck off response. Oh my god. Sorry. PyCharm's really buggy at the moment. It's been really terrible. So to fill out some things, sometimes you have to press tab, sometimes you have to press enter, other times it's control plus. And then it's just not consistent. It pisses me off thoroughly. So what I want here is I want a serializer equals authentication like that. So there it says enter. And then what we want is data equals, and we're going to open up something like that. We're going to go status equals two-factor required. Oh, it might not like that. All right, fine. That would be get devices for user. And that will be not request user. That should be just user at the moment because they haven't logged in. We've only authenticated them. User requires 2FA. And then serializer dot valid is valid. Raise exception. And then we'll do something like that. So what I'll do, I'll put a breakpoint there. Now, if it doesn't like it like this, we'll then put this data into an object. What I want to do is I want to just refresh, cry a little, stop and rerun. What? What the line 7. Ah, response serializer. Ah, all right. Yes. Allow null equals true. It's just so that things don't fall over. All right, come back to me. Stop and rerun. Stop and rerun. Yeah, that's a good point. Required, nah, we've got a default. All right, now we're back. Now we hit the breakpoint. It hated everything. Yeah, it didn't like that. So what we're gonna do is in here, data equals, and I think we're gonna do required, not requests. Hopefully, let's hope for the best. All right, bang that over. So I'm just, before we do the is valid, I'm just having a quick look at this. Error occurred, you should either call is valid. All right, no. Or access initial data instead. So if I have a look at initial data, it's down here. Yep, that's perfectly fine. So we're just going to step over. We didn't throw any issues. Now we've got data. Hey. I'm just gonna hit play. And we got fucking nothing. Yeah, that dot save, it doesn't like it. But that should... an idiot. Had self.serialized data there instead of serialized data. Alright. I made a big boo-boo. One-time token equals self.serialized. Alright, cool. We can make this into a method later. So I'm just going to refresh. We're just going to do that. I'm just going to type in admin. We're going to hit refresh. We've got a 500. Email device is not JSON serializable. All right. Calm down. All right. So something here is not working, but that's perfectly fine. So we're just going to do that. We're going to do that because that way we can see it all structured and stuff like that. We're just going to refresh. We're going to remove all of this. We're going to put in admin. We're going to hit save. And then we're just going to go over here. We're going to have a look at serialization. Now, we've got data in here. We've got devices. And then what I want to do I want to have a look. See if there's a type number or something like that in here. Got a persistent ID. All right. So yeah, we can't serialize this. I'm gonna have a look at Django REST framework, Django one-time password, devices. I'm gonna see if someone's done something here before. Login. All right. Handle auth login. I might be overdoing this. Well, fair enough. I don't know what string you're talking about. Alright, verified token. Alright, no. I'm probably overly thinking this. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of devices. Let's just get rid of devices. Let's just do that. I don't even need message. We just need to send back a status being like, hey, I need some data. So we're gonna go into here. We're gonna get rid of devices. That's perfectly fine. We've got all of that. That's all fine. And then let's just hit refresh. Let's get rid of that. Let's strip this back. Let's get rid of that breakpoint. Let's hit play. Oh, wait, I need to hit play a couple of times. Boom, requires two-factor. Oh, when I look at, yeah, it squishes everything in. All right, so I'm going to do that. I'm not going to bother about knowing what the device is. I don't think I need to know what the device is, or if they've got multiple devices. If we're sticking with just one device. God forbid if I have to actually implement multiple. In this sort of case, we want to send that back, and we're all happy with that part of the flow. It's just this part of the flow we've got to figure out next. Which probably means that I've got to import a different type of login. So instead of this login, I mean this login here with the Django contrib auth, we might actually have to use something else, but that's perfectly fine. It might be from Django one-time password dot. There's no auth with this. That's where I'm going to quickly read the documentation again. That was down here. Nope. Over here. Devices for users. I know we had it in here. Login. We had a login view. We're not dealing with their login views. We're not dealing with the login form or anything like that. No. We've got the, no, that's a custom form, low level. There we go, that's what we want. So when we go down here, now that should be based off the Django one-time password, which will be the request. I think it's just not sure. Authorizing users. On-time password. Alright, so we've got the redirect field. If you design your site to always require one-time password verification in order to log in. Alright, no. That's one-time password required. Managing devices. I'm just seeing if there is a second authentication. Verified token, no. Devices for users. Device, no. Tell you what. So that passes through the user and stuff like that. Let's have a look at what other people have done. Your old patterns account, yep, we've just... Cool, that's not what we want. URLs. Where is this going? Accounts, to include country of auth. Built-in authentication views. Once again, we're not dealing with that. Not what I want. All right. Do that so you guys can read. One-time password. Yep. So we won't be doing SMS, we'll be doing email and authentication apps. All right, cool. We set up that, we go into the, yep, all right, cool. We set up that, we've done all that, creating a OTP model. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think we're fine with that. Yeah, we're fine with sending it out. What the hell is this code? Look at the permission cases. Def posts. Phone. Request.data.get. No. You should be putting that through. Oh. Should be cleaning that data. Anyway. Where's the login? Alright, one-time password view, post, all of that login request. Is that okay? Yeah, they just got login request user. Yeah, alright. No, I just want to do this for the API. Alright. I'm getting rid of this. I'm going to go from Django dot or dot. I forgot where login is. Ah, there it is. All right, get rid of that. Yeah, all right, contrib auth. So there is no from Django one-time password.con. No, they got a config. They got decorators. They got models. I know this is going to cause an issue because we've got 2 logins at the moment. But what I want to do is I want to do that. So we're in here with the login. User get attribute user done if and the device is done and handle auth login. All right. Cool. So if they don't have a token, it goes to that. We're happy with that, but what we do if they do have a token? All right. Go one-time password, verify token. The user, no. We want. Oh, that's 2-factor auth. No, we didn't want that. All right, post, phone. Validate so post phone, request that data, get phone, one-time password, get that, try, user, does not exist yet. All right, cool, user, one-time password, reset the field, user.save. Yeah, no. All right, init. Generate token. Get this done properly. I don't want to do it the easy way. All right, devices. This is terrible documentation, by the way. Abstract, base model, persist the given OT one-time password device in the current session. The device will reject if user does not belong to request.user. This is called automatically anytime Django.controller.auth.login is called with a user having a one-time password attribute. If Django's login view authentication forms, then you won't need to call this. All right. Let's have a look at this. So we've got the device, we've got the user, we've got the device name and all that kind of fun stuff. All right, so what I want to do is I want to go back up here. We've got all of this. I am going to be like, all right, we've got devices, so device equals device for users. That's what we'll go through. And then we're going to go Django one-time password dot. Actually, I'm just going to go login. Let's see what actually happens. Login, request user. Let's see what actually happens. So I'm going to change the front end. I'm going to change this value, and it's actually going to send something this time. I've got the one-time password here. This should send back okay. We're all happy with that. So I'm going to go back over here. We're just going to refresh this. We're realizing that, yep, nope, everything's fine. We're just going to go admin. We've got this breakpoint actually happening now. So we're going to step over. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Easy done. That goes down here. I didn't get all the devices. That's actually just a single device. I'm just seeing if the login worked. That doesn't return anything. There's a way to do this. We're just doing that now. All right. But we got something back. Of course, we didn't get much in here. If I go here, oh, we've logged in. However, we didn't use the 2FA, which I'm not happy about. So I'm gonna log out. We're going to figure this out. All right, we're back in the login screen. We're back in the network tab. We're going to open up this. We're going to go down here, and what we're going to do is we're going to go Django one-time password dot login. And then we're going to do device. And we're going to hope for the best. We're going to hit refresh. We're going to log in as the admin. Instant 500 issue. Object has no attribute user ID. Now, I'm going to put a breakpoint there. We're going to redo this. So we've got this. So we've got that. That's perfectly fine. And then we've got the login. We want the request. And then we want the device of device. And yeah, it could be that we just don't have the user ID passing through. Right, let's have a read the documentation. Let's So we've got the request. Yeah. Okay. What if I put user in there? Okay, we're going to make sure it comes back. Yes, it's back. We're going to put in admin and we're just going to hit refresh. So we're here. Then we're there. And then we pass. And then it's false, which makes sense because I've just put in a random thing. Oh, sorry, the number one sniper. Sorry, I just saw that do the curls. I'm happy to do that. Yeah, we'll go to the secret screen. I'm gonna raise the desk a little, and I'll do that right now. So I just saw those that redeem. Might as well raise it all. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I was really hyper-focusing on the code, trying to get it to work. Sorry, I'm putting you behind the curtain. I just realized how dark it is outside. I'm going to miss the long nights. Long days. Alright, that one's a bit tightening. Alright. Hopefully everyone's going well. 40. All right, so 20 on each. Oh. So yeah. All right. I'm gonna unwind those. I'm gonna do this. I shouldn't double it up well. I'll be very tired. All right, so what I want to do is I then want to send out an email. And this is what I don't know. Oh, give me 2 seconds. I've got a cat meowing at me. Max! What's the matter? Really? Alright, sorry about that. Mr. Max here. Wanted some attention. There you go, you get to go on this bed. Oh, you've been told off by Socks now. You're not allowed in the bed? A couple of months ago, he decided to steal the bed from Socks, and she was not happy. All right, what was it doing? Oh yes. So, devices for users. All right. Django, one-time password, generate email token, I should say. Once again, we're not using 2FA library. Email, one-time password, save. Yeah. One-time password code. Do we just put it in? No, we can. Hang on. So I'm just seeing the structure of NearBeach's tables. So okay. Oh, give treats to a cat. All right, not a problem. Socks will absolutely like the treats. She's just behind the curtain. Max will run into the room again. All right, in your bed. No. In your bed. No, in your bed. No, get in your bed properly. In your bed. Alright. And Max came in. Max is also getting a couple of treats. I have two, my partner has one. They all live in different locations, most of the times. Yeah. Alright. Oh, I should change it back to this. Getting back into here. So they're doing all of that. They've got the user, foreign key, user, auditor. Alright, cool. Yep, alright. So then that's a save. Is valid, returns that, but... Yeah, I gotta spoil them. Implement view logic. I just... Alright, let's check on this. Now they're using Django admin stuff. Alright, Socks has just run away. She usually does after I give her treats. Use it all. Yeah. Django one-time password. Yep, that's all what we need. So we've got the custom view. Yep, alright, cool. Create the... So generate one-time password. So... Interval 5 minutes. Validity. Alright, cool. I don't know why that's needed, but sure. Then we've got the view, URL patterns, we've got the form, we've got the email server, which we just need to connect up. Best practices and consideration, security, Alright, hold on, I might be reading some things wrong. So it generates a one-time password. Username, password, mobile, password, create user, email, generate one-time password, mobile, generate one-time password. Save. Alright, cool. Email verification. Oh, one-time password. Alright. Alright. Got to spoil the critters, yeah. There's no pet the cat feature. Oh, socks will jump up here constantly if that were the case. She's also got a cuddle meter, so when it's really, really low, she gets really, she stays here for a very long time. But it's pretty high today because I've been giving her lots of cuddles. So yeah. Alright, Django one-time password, project description. Alright, this project makes one-time passwords. It can be integrated at various different levels, depending on how much customization. Integrates with Django, although it is not a Django authentication backend. The primary target is developers wishing to incorporate one-time passwords into the Django projects as a form of two-factor authentication. Yes, that's what we want to do. Several simple OTP plugins are included and more availably separated. This package also includes an implementation of OAuth. For convenience, as these are standard editor algorithms used by most plugins. If you're looking for high-level opinionated solutions, we're not wanting to re-implement the Django two-factor auth because essentially, like I said earlier in the stream, I don't want to deal with the views anymore and all that kind of stuff. I want this all to be dealt with API calls and stuff like that. The project is stable, but it's no longer actively used by the author as it's not seeing much ongoing investment. Well-informed issues, pull requests are welcome, but please see contributing first. General questions should. Alright, cool. Development, this project's built with managing with Hatch. Don't do that. Alright, cool. I'm not building any of this. So config, yep, alright, cool. The future. Once upon a time, everything was used in passwords, or even just the case of the thing. Alright, these days it's increasingly common to see sites with more nuanced authentication state. A site might remember who you are forever, so you're not anonymous, but if you're trying to edit anything private, you... alright. Oh, that's just the, yeah, alright. Documentation, click on here. And is this one? So we've got installing, upgrading, no, authentication and verification. I'm just gonna click on that. Anonymous, alright, cool. In this documentation, a user that has passed Django's authentication APIs is called authenticated. A user that has additionally been accepted by registered one-time password device is called verified. On an OTP enabled Django site, that's 3 levels. All right, anonymous, authenticated, authenticated plus verified. So, yeah, all right. When planning your site, you might want to consider whether different views will require different levels of authentication. As a convenience, we'll provide decorators, which is, yep, all right, sweet. Devices plugin. All right, cool. is an algorithm that generates pseudo-random codes based on an incrementing counter every. All right, so that's the. I'm terrible with acronyms. What does it stand for? Oh God. Usually, someone's done this nice enough. There we go. It's got an acronym inside an acronym. It's HMAC based one-time password. All right, cool. And then there's the other one, which is the so key, digit tolerance, counter, get the throttle factor. All right, we're not worrying about that one at the moment. I think we're just going to deal with this one, which is TOTP. Time-based one-time password algorithm. So we'll deal with this one tonight, hopefully. And then we'll go back to the other one. Because I think this will, hopefully, fingers crossed, this one will be easier to implement. And then the other one, famous last words, shouldn't be too hard to implement. All right, TOT device is an algorithm that generates a pseudo-random sequence codes based on the current time. A typical implementation will change codes every 30 seconds, although this is configurable. The algorithm will fail if provided, hang on a minute, of code base. Hang on, I might have got these around. Yeah, time-based one-time password algorithm. T is derived from the time and the time step represented by the counter C. I might have got these two around the wrong way. Generally considered one-time passwords, but they're technically neither standard nor standard in the way that they are typically. All right. This is generated by apps. All right, cool. These are event-based, where code changes based on account runner. All right, let's zoom in. One-time password is often used in combination with password. All right, cool. Going back into here. We won't need to. Let's go to email devices. A side channel device that delivers a token to the email address saved in the object or alternative to the users. All right, cool. For seconds, once the token has been accepted, it is no longer valid. Note that the allowed users reset the password by email. This may provide a little security. All right. I'm going to see if we've got any examples around this. I can't spell. Email device objects get or create. All right, let's try that. Email device will use the user's email by default. You can also set, yep, all right, generating a challenge. Send an email. When a user needs authentication, you generate a challenge which sends the, all right, cool. Let's do that now. So in here, I'm going to do still all of that. We're just going to put this one up at the top. Get device. Alright, cool. We'll do if statements. Alright. I'm going to clean this code up a little bit later. Don't worry about that. I am going to be a horrible person. We are actually going to put this in here. This is a big no-no. This will not go into the code whatsoever. I'm just putting it in there because I want to see the results back. So what I want to do is I want to refresh. I want to see if this works. I'm going to admin. We're just going to hit that. We've got that. We've got no. I know why. I need to change one thing. I need to go back into here and I need to remove that. What I'm actually going to do, I'm going to put in text input, class is compact, the label will equal to factor, password, placeholder text will be, please insert the two-factor password, but not factory. Password, this is temporary, is required equals false. Fuck off. The model equals one-time password token. Also, do excuse my French. The autocomplete on this sometimes is just absolutely terrible. Alright, so we've got that. That way I can control the value and stuff like that. You guys can't see this at the moment, but if I move that to the right, boom, like that. I move this to the left. We are going just to reload everything. We're going to delete this. We're going to key in the admin password. We're just going to hit send. We've got this. I'm just going to hit play, hoping for the best. Object has no... Oh, hold on. This thing lied to me. Oh, I need to do that. Okay, not a problem. We just key this into here. User equals user. Email device. Just gonna hit play. Yeah, I thought so. NearBeach template does not exist. Ah. Okay. Now that's asking for two-factor. Let me go back into here because we had email device. Yeah, that's one-time password. All of that. Oh, NearBeach authentication. Okay, two-factor authentication. All right, give me a couple of seconds. We can actually do this. We're in NearBeach. We're opening up the template. So we're going to go into NearBeach. So NearBeach authentication and two-factor. All right, I need to create a folder. I'm going to call it authentication, like so. going to open up the other NearBeach version. Give me 2 seconds. It's going to be in a new window. Trust the project. Sorry. In here we've got NearBeach. We've got templates. We have two-factor in here. Goes off. We've got the core, the profile. We don't have that in there, but we do have two-factor. Aha! I'm going to copy this. We're going to paste it into here like this. We're going to add it in. We're going to move this authentication one into here. We're going to refactor that in. We're also going to rename it. We're also going to do the same with this one. The reason being is everything else usually just had lowercase stuff. I'm just being consistent. I'm going to hit refresh and hope for the best. There we go. I'm going to do admin. I'm just going to hit that. Oh, message sent by email. Two-factor required. Oh, all right. Two-factor this. And then we got the token in there. All right. So I want to go back over here. Now I could set this up to quickly email the person and all that kind of stuff. We would need to double check to see if the user is using an email. If they are not, it doesn't matter, they'll use their own sort of thing. Their apps. So what I want to do is, this is terrible code, we're going to fix this up. We've got the message, we've got the sent by email. Hang on. No way. Oh, all right. God damn it, I did it again. Get in that slot. All right. Move that over. It actually sent it. So I'm going to copy this. We're going to go down here. We're just going to paste this in. We're going to go sign in. This responded with nothing, but that's perfectly fine. What I want to do is I want to go localhost 8000. Oh, it didn't quite log us in. All right. But I'm going to get rid of quite a lot of these. I'm just going to hit refresh. We're going to delete this. We are going to put in the admin. We've done that. It's taking a little while. Now I've got the message sent by user, two-factor required. This is where this comes into play. So we've got this here. I key in the two-factor down there. And then what I want to do is I want to put a breakpoint there. And I want to sign in. So we hit this. And then we'll find out if the user's authenticated. After this ad break. So the ads came at a really terrible time. So yeah. Hopefully I'm on the right track here. Yeah. The idea being is once we can get this sort of process to work, I'm assuming the wouldn't be too hard to do. We can set up another user with an app. That's not going to be a problem. I can just set that up on my phone very, very quickly. What we can also do is so we're only supporting those at the moment. I don't know how we're going to be doing the UB keys and stuff like that. That's something I need. I know someone wants it. I just need a device to test on, that's all. Which we good. And welcome back, everyone. So we're at this moment where we're finding out if the user is authenticated. False. Damn. Boo. So I'm just trying to think here. We did try just doing a plain login before, and that bypassed everything because we were not happy with that, because we're like, no, that should not actually happen. What do I want to do in this sort of case? All right. I want to verify that the user's one-time password is correct. So might as well go back into here. This is generate challenge, print message. Yep. All right. Cool. Submit token is valid. Device dot verify token. That will be the submit token. All right. Let's try that out. So the submit token itself would be the self.serialize. Actually, we'll take the token out. We've actually taken the token out up here, so we can just go one-time password token. That will be. We'll have to deal with the other stuff when generating all of that. All right, not a problem. I want to test this. So what we want to do is we want to come back here. I'm just going to refresh to clear everything out. We're going to log in as the admin once again. Takes a little while to log in. That's not a problem. We're fine with that. We go back over here. We go up here. We then change this to here. We then key this in like this, and we're just going to authenticate. We've now hit this. Oh. Generator object has no. Yeah. All right. Device. Where did this save? Was the device? Okay. And devices. Are we actually using that device anyway? No. All right, cool. Not a problem. We just do that. This is fine. Go back here. We just refresh to make sure it's all come back. We log in as admin. Oh yeah, this one takes a little while because it's got to email me. I go over here, it opens up this. I then like go, all right, cool. Oops, wrong, copy and paste. Go back into here, hit paste. We've then got this. So device should have a valid until. I don't see verified token there, so I think, oh, valid. All right, cool. I'm going to refresh again. What we're going to do is we're going to do all of those steps again. Except I'm going to key in the incorrect number. So we're going to go into here, and let's say I key in, let's say 31. Comes over here. We're going to hit forward false. All right, cool. I think I know how we're going to do this now. All right, let's start kneading up all this code. We should also test it with the mobile app and all of that. So permission class allow any, handle two-factor. So we've got the device and created. Now, where are we going to be using created? I don't see created being used. So I'm going to get rid of created. Device is what we want. We don't need the message coming through there whatsoever. So that will... Now that is NearBeach 2FA. Just gonna get rid of that. Gonna get rid of that. I don't know if we need that whatsoever. We need something basic. So what I want to do is email the user their code. It's done. Get the one-time password token from the serializer. Now that's something we could potentially pass through because we're not using requests. Actually, we will be using requests, sorry. We'll also be using user. Means we could probably get rid of self. And then what we do is we check if it exists. So if user has not supplied the one-time password, send them an error. Send them a request for it. All right, cool. One-time password, we've got the serializer, we've got the status, two-factor required. And we send that back, we're happy with that. And then here, if not this, then what we want to do, serializer equals authentication serializer. The data will be status. This will be failure. Serializer is valid. Data reception is true. Return response. Data equals serializer.data. There's something I do want to actually change. Now this will be a 403 forbidden. And we're happy with that. The thing I want to actually change, and this is just for a test purpose. I want to see if that works. Because then that means this is going to be a lot shorter and quicker and straight to the point. And then I can do the same thing up here, which means we're getting rid of those 5 lines. Don't know if that will work. We're just going to do that like that at the moment. And then what we want to do, login, request user, user passed all tests. Actually, it'll be that, because we just pass them on into here. Yeah, it just returns that back up the stream. And if all of that is correct, that means that data equals status success will work, which means we can just do that, and that way all of that is condensed. All right, cool. I still need to comment the hell out of this. And hello, Rahul XF. How are you going? Hopefully you're going well. Welcome, welcome. I am going to reload this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to go admin. So we've got a 500. It returned 2. Oh. I think we had it like that. Device and created. All right, let's just reload until the server's back. Let's log in as the admin again. Yeah. Okay, let's see what they do. This message is valid. Alright. You also love open source. Most of my work is around CNCF orgs. By the way, I'm a junior dev still in college. Well, welcome. I do hope you are enjoying my content as I figure this out. So NearBeach is going through a refactor. We're sort of removing all the technical debt which is built up over the years. And what we've got to do is well, what I've got to do is I used to use Django 2-factor, which is built on top of Django one-time password, because we no longer want the view sort of things. We want single page views and all that kind of fun stuff. So I've got to move all of this to the API, which just means we no longer need the 2-factor authentication plugin. I've got to figure out how the one-time password application library works and all that kind of fun stuff. So yeah, that's what we're doing today. So auth override. So test email interactions. One-time form. All right, cool. Let's on this page search for login. It's not there. Oh, that's the tests. Oh, no, not what I wanted. There's the verified token. So we do actually have the verified token. So we're getting 2 email devices. Name equals username. Device verified token one time. If not that, all right. I think we got to delete the tokens or something like that. Match token. Attempt to verify a token on every device attached. Given. Yeah. And another thing I want to look up. Get or create. Not on there. Email device. Also not on there, suspiciously. Okay, there we go. All right. Note that if you allow the users to reset the password by email, this might provide additional account security. Yep. Email field. No. All right. Cool. Generate challenge. Generates a random token and emails it to the user. All right. Am I missing that? Because we've got email device, email. And hey, Dave, how are you going? Which we've got this. However, if I go back over to the database, let's just refresh this. Yeah, we've got that's probably why. All right, if I just delete those, delete rows. I just need. This will be one-time password, email device. All right, we're just doing it. Yeah, execute. All right, cool. Unsafe, I know. You good? Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah, I can't complain. We are trying to figure out Django one-time password. So, yeah. And we're going to try and find all the issues we're having. So, that was a success. However, we should be getting back. Yeah, that was way too quick. For starters. I'm going to put a little thing on there. We're going to... Alright, we've got 0 rows there. That's fine. We're going to go admin, sign in. Okay. I'm also going to... I should do the logout stuff soon, but that's fine. That's just the next step of figuring out all of this and how it works. So what's happened is I've deleted the two-factor stuff. So I'm just going to copy in the NearBeach database like this. I'm just going to go -3 manage migrate. I'm going to make those migrations. That takes a couple of seconds. It removes a couple of tables and it tweaks quite a lot more tables. Let's just say that. And then what I want to do is npm run dev. We want to go back over here. I'm just going to stop. I'm going to start everything again. And what I want to do is I want to write in admin. I'm just going to go sign in. That didn't give me anything. It's going to go reload. All right, here we are. So we've got the device. We've also got the created being true. So that goes up the stream. All right, cool. That comes back to the user. We should then get an email in here once that's sent. Two-factor required. There we go. We're happy with that. All right, so in here, it means we should get an email. I don't think it's that number. But I'm going to paste in a wrong number. I'm going to hit over here. We're just going to go forward. All right, so created as false. Token is not verified, so it's going to send back, yep, 403. All right, I'm happy with that. My mail trap didn't get anything, so I'm going to clear all of that. What I'm going to do is I'm getting rid of the 2FA stuff. I'm just going to hit sign in again. We should hit this. This should then create it as false. Now, in this case, I don't think it sent us an email. And if I go over here and I go refresh, actually, no, I need to unplug and plug back in, data source. And it's got admin in here. Okay. I'm just going to let that run through for the moment because it's hasn't emailed us anything. So I'm just going to stop that for a bit. I'm going to remove the database. I'm going to copy it over. I'm going to migrate it. Wait for a little while. npm run dev. Cheers, thank you. I'm definitely not senior in this very specific case of the Django one-time password. Which is why I am struggling to understand why it's not sending me a one-time password. All right, cool. So I'm definitely logged out. What I want to do, admin, we're going to go hit send. That shouldn't happen that quickly. Now, over here, they've just got it as, yeah, create an email device. Create the email device for the user. We need to, all right. I think I've forgotten one key aspect. I think I accidentally deleted it. So, generate code like so. I think that was it. The fact that it's taking longer is a good thing. All right, and there it is, the 2FA. And if we copy this and then if we paste it into our little slot for the moment, we've got success. Now I need to handle the redirects and all that kind of fun stuff in a second. And now we've logged in. All right. And if I go to the admin, I log out. For the joys of this, I haven't actually set this fully up yet. And we go to try and log back in again. We have a new key, and I don't know why we had a problem before with the two keys. I think it's because I was changing a couple of the variables around and so forth like that, and we've logged in. All right, let's let's say that's a giant success and we're happy with all of that. And now that the user's logged in, I'm happy, everyone's happy. So what I want to do, I'm going to close that. We're happy with that. We're happy with that. We're happy with that. We're going to make a couple of changes to this. And one of the changes is, oops, I just wanted to do that. We're going to include props. Or models, sorry. So we have to find models. Actually, no, hey, hold on. Import ref from view. All right, cool. What we want to do is we also want to inject. Also, we're going to inject and ref. So define ref injection. What we want to do, const API client equals inject the API client. Easy done. That's just Axios. I'm just going to delete those 3 lines at the moment. As for the object state enum, no action and stuff like that, we kind of, I don't know if I, so I'm just thinking where I could potentially put this button, because we do want the forgotten password down here, but at the same time, it's not needed in this login panel whatsoever. I mean, I can control the button state from above. That's not going to be a problem. That's just feeding down. I don't need state for that. All right, so yeah, I'm just going to feed it down from above. All right. And another thing I want to do is, if I go to this implementation, we've got loading, saving, in OPQRS. So loading, no action, error. Logging in equals logging in. All right, logging in, logging out. I'm going to include those 2 in there, as I feel like those could easily be sort of actions we want to convey to the user, to be like, hey, this is what's actually happening, and stuff like that. And we've just hit another ad break on Twitch, so yeah. All right. So I'm just having a quick think. What I want to do now is I kind of want to get the layout done for the login screen correct. Now that we've got the API working how we want it to. The next sort of step that we've got to implement after that fact is the forgotten password stuff, which shouldn't be, it won't be nearly as hard as this. It's just sending an email to the said user. That's all. Yeah, we can pretty much, I think, almost copy and paste what we've done in the past. we'll have a template and all that kind of fun stuff. So yeah. What else do we want to do? So there's the forgotten password, there's the 2FA. Yeah. Oh, we've got to test the mobile apps and stuff like that. So yeah. What we can do is we can pull in another user, we can go onto the old version of NearBeach, create a user, and all that kind of fun stuff. But let's get the front end working, and welcome back everyone. So we've got the logging in, logging out. That's just for the button sort of status to kind of tell the button, hey, we've got a special status here, can you please disable? No action kind of means that there is currently no action. That's the default, so the user should be able to interact with the button if there isn't a reason the button is disabled. For example, the person hasn't filled out all the fields. These are the statuses. What I'm going to actually get it to do is display what's actually happening. Yeah, I've just got to figure out how. So, yeah, it's... yeah, the idea being is if the if the user clicks on something and something happens, an error state or something like that, we want the button to actually show that. A good example would be if the user types in the wrong username and password and they hit the button. That button will then change to error, in which case the user will be like, oh, there was an error, instead of sign in and so forth like that. So yeah. All right, let's go back into this. So the login panel itself, we're going to move the method to sign in over here. Oh, we can actually get rid of. Yeah, we can clean this up. We can go down here, we can paste in what I just yanked before. I'm just going to minimize that, we don't need that at the moment. Now this is going to be a problem because it's all like some type of unknown. Give me VueJS inject types. Provide in, all right, cool. So the root props, yep, all right, cool. Provide inject, that's what we want. And that's what we're doing. So a good example is we're actually providing Axios at a high level. So it's all set up. We don't need to worry about the CSRF tokens because it has it. And it's just sending all of that down to where we need it. And we just inject it in. So app level provide, which is what we're doing. And then we pull it. We're not too worried about reactivity around this whatsoever. But what we want to do, VueJS. Provide slash inject Axios types. All right, blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's the old way we used to do it. That's what we used to do, like that. All right. Cool. What I'm going to do. So, import type, injection key, Axios key. What we're actually going to do is we're going to go down here. We'll go injection key, and then that will be Axios instance. That will no longer be a thing, and we've defined the type though. Oh, hang on. And do I need to then put that in? No, all right. It's just weird. Just source symbols.ts. Alright, it's best practice to define the injection key in a separate file so it can be imported both by the injector and the components. Alright, like that. Alright, cool. But I just want to test this out. Alright, no, not a problem. We'll do that. So I'm getting very, very distracted by all these other little tiny things. I'm trying to figure out everything at the same time. What we want to do is we want a file. What are we going to call it? Symbols.ts. We're just going to paste that in like that. We're all happy with that. We're going to add that in. We're just going to grab this code. We're just going to go like this, like this. We're happy with that. Now, I did put a space in this file name. All right, cool. Like so that we should be able to get the Axios key now. So if we go into the login view, what we can do is import the types. Yeah, show me more. All right, script to do, we want that. All right, cool. I've never done this before. Now that will actually be that'll be that. And then yes, it is. Now, down here, API client is type unknown. Oh, bullshit. We've got the type up there, buddy. We actually just get data now. I know I've done something with types in here. Um, Alright, now that does its thing. So view type access to this dirt is not assignable type. Undefined is not assignable. Alright. All of that just to get something that and then API client down here is possibly undefined. Done. All right. Sometimes working with TypeScript it can be a pain. Okay, cool. Okay, no errors there now. Driving me nuts. All right. So what I'm doing is I'm slowly breaking all of these where I need it to be. Give me a couple of seconds. We no longer need Axios there. We can get rid of all of that. We can get rid of that. All right, so I'm gonna bring back the login panel because we've shrunk it down. What we do need is to define models. So up here, we no longer need inject, but we do need to import models. I'll define models from view. And then down here, I want to go const username equals define model username type a string required equals true, and we're happy with that. And then we need const password define type a string required equals true, of course, and then we need const button state type is going to this is actually this needs to match in with a certain thing. So I'm just going to do one-time password very, very quickly. Now, we should do one-time password token. Like that. Or have it like that. I'm just going to delete the bottom stuff for the moment. We're going to do that. That should be all fine and dandy. Once again, type a string required as true. We're all happy with that. And then the button state, this will be type. Actually, this will be different. So if we actually have a look at the login page, actually no, if we have a look at the button component itself, if we go to that if we go to that declaration and usage, you'll notice we've got a validator for the object state. So we're going to copy this. We're going to go back up here. We're just going to remove that. I'm going to paste that in. We're just going to format everything. So we need it to be certain values and stuff like that. Hence we've got the validator. We don't need to worry about the broken stuff right at the moment. I think I fixed it. I think. Yeah, so we got all of that. I'm happy with that. And then we've got the button sign in. Now, we can emit that information up onto here. That should be fine. I won't complain about that at all. Just thinking the best sort of solution here for this. Yeah, I'm going to do that. So in the login panel, because I don't want to have all the password and information in here and all that kind of stuff. I just want to set it up to the root parent and go, hey, deal with this. However, let's just go over here. Let's go VueJS emits because there's a new way of doing it. So yeah, we got that, and then we emit some event. So what we want to do is go down here. What we want to do is they've got it as $emit. And then I'm just going to type in sign in. But I think expected two arguments got one. What? What? It's quite literally they've got this here. Hold on. That being said, what did the old? It used to just say sign in. All right. So yeah, the button component didn't actually have anything. All right. This is composition. I think we've... Yeah, let's do this way. Down here, we've got to define emits. In fact, actually, I like this being a little bit closer to the top. So we're going to do that. There we go. Define emits, sign in. We're going to do that. Now I'm pretty sure I don't need the $sign there, but that's fine. So that then tells that, oh, we've got to emit, that's going to go up here. So we've got a bunch of stuff that we now need to key into here. That's going to be pretty easy to do. So what we've got to do is we're going to do the password equals password, the username equals the username. We're actually, no, sorry. These are going to be models. So v model, and then it'll be password equals password. I just realized too that that's actually, this is going to be a prop. No, sorry, this is going to be a prop. Yeah, I know I made a mistake, Socks. It happens. Come on. Oh, say hi to everyone. They're right there. They're like, hey. All right, so the good thing is we can just copy all of this. We're just going to cheat. We're just going to be like, whoop, and then we're going to do this. And then what we're going to do is we're going to get rid of the label because we don't need it, and the variant because we don't need it. And there we go. There's our props. Now, that also being said, we won't need that. So we just define the props, and then I just need to change that to button state. Easy done. So that's all the button state in there, because that doesn't need to be model. So what we can do is we can go button state equals button state. So we'll just need the v model for the one-time password token is one-time and then v model for the not the button state but the password username is going to be the username, and we don't need a value. Thank you very much. So we're pushing down 4 bits of data. Yep, easy done. And we're emitting 1 up. So what we've got to do is at sign in equals sign in. Now, this is where we can modify this. We can also put down here, not login page, but two-factor, the two-factor one. Let's actually have a look. So we've got the source, we've got the log, components, we've got the login, we've got the forgotten password, image, login page, login panel. We'll need the two-factor in here. So what I want to do is I want to create something. Easy done. Ooh, we don't need the two-factor on here. Sorry, we're just going to get rid of it. It's fine. We're putting it somewhere else, somewhere nicer. We're going to do this, and we're going to go two-factor panel. And we're going to create a view component and go to factor panel. Going to add it in. Now, that being said, there's a lot of things I just cut from here that I can just paste into here without any problem. That's fine. I'll just oh, wrong way. That's not what I wanted. What I wanted was to go import define model, and then I want to go const one-time password token equals define model, and then we want type string required true. Cool. I've just realized that we also need, so on the login panel, we've got this button component. We also need that. And that's going to do the same thing as before. We're going to emit stuff up. Like so. We're going to define those emits. So down here, define emits. It's just going to be that. And define models is just going to be that. All right, cool. We also need the props. So define props. Now I'm drawing a blank. We actually just need this. Yeah, all right. Yeah, it is an object. All right, something like that. So as you can see, button state will be the same. We've got an emit. Now I'm going to Yeah, we've got to do the variable thing. That's perfectly fine. So we'll do the emit const emit. That does that. Sign in. That does that. We're going to go to the login page. We are going to do the exact same thing for this panel. So we want the two-factor panel. So in here, we're just going to bump this onto another line. We're going to state that, hey, we are importing the button state. The one-time token is going to be a modal, and it's going to be the one-time token. That's perfectly fine. We need to just get rid of it from there. We also just need this, so I can just grab those two. I can paste them down here, like so. Easy done. But we need to tell the user whether or not we're which slide we're on. This is going to be pretty easy. We just need to state whether or not the user's on the login page or not. Let's do a boolean instead. It's just going to be 10 times easier. So what we want to do, const is login page equals ref, and that's going to be true by default, and we're happy with that. And what we want to do is vshow is login page dot value. No, we don't need the value. And that's it. Simple boolean. Just a switch between the two. The two-factor panel, we'll probably copy how we've got this set up. In fact, we'll be copying all of that. That's not a problem. So I'm just going to copy that very, very quickly. We're going to paste those into here. We're also going to go up here and put that into a div. So div class equals, now this will be two-factor panel. Easy done. I just make sure that we are being consistent with our class names. I like the class name to actually reflect what the component is called. Makes it 10 times easier for me to find later. Because, you know, when you got a lot of components, you want it to be as easy as possible. Two-factor panel, because you forget where every bit of code is. All right, so we're on that sort of stage. Now with the login, what we want to do is we want to have it that when it posts, we want to handle every single case. So when there's a fail, when there's a pass, what to do in certain statuses and so forth like that. So the post is fine. The response is what we need. We'll have a look at the response in a second, but we've just reached an ad break. I am going to go back into ad time. All right, we're actually running really late for the night. I just want to get this done. Once this is done, I can start commenting up the section, putting it in how I want it to, writing unit tests for it. And then the next step is, which I've talked a bit mildly on Discord. Essentially what I want to do is all of these little prefab components, so the form, the text input, the text password, and all that kind of stuff, I'm putting into Whelp UI. So the reason for that is so that all of this is in one spot and that I can use it for another project that I want to start after I deliver 032. So yeah. Yeah, I'm just planning another project. So yep. But yeah, first we'll get 032 out the door. Yeah, once the login page is done, I'm going to heavily start the API process. Once the API process is done, I can start most of the front end stuff and so forth like that. I'm somewhat happy with the design so far. I do need a little bit more feedback in the sense of user experience. But yeah, the design will be an ongoing sort of fixing up and so forth like that. So yeah, once the API is set to sort of help me figure out how to do the CRUD, I think that will be good, yeah. All right, anyway, let's go back into here. So what we've got is we've got a console log. I never actually checked out that log, so I'm gonna do this right now. I'm just got the consoles open. I'm just going to only have logs on. We're gonna log in as admin. So we get data back. All right, so this is what we've got. So data status 2-factor required. So in here, what we've got is we're going to do a switch case. So we're going to go response.data.status. All right. Case success. User has been logged in. Easy done. What we want to do, window.location.reload. Actually, no. What we want to do is up here is this. So what I want to do, JavaScript get query string. I've never actually had to get the query string. Really sucks. Okay, so I'm just gonna copy these. I don't think this will be a switch. No, I don't think this is going to be a switch. All right, cool, not a problem. So what we want is const status equals response dot data dot status. All right, cool. What we want to do, function activate to backdoor panel, function, so we'll activate the two-factor. What are we going to do? User logged in. All right, cool. And what I'm going to do, we're going to move this up to here. The reason being is I like things in alphabetical order. So activate to panel. Status as told backend and requires a 2FA key. So what we need to do is that would be the is login page dot value equals false. That will go straight to that, and that's all we need to do. Yeah, we can do it as a switch case in here. Why not? So switch response dot data dot status. Case is going to be success, and that's just going to be user logged in. Break. Yep, cool. Default. This is going to be activate to panel, break, and that's it. And then we can add in a couple of more just in case we've got different statuses and stuff like that. But if we get a fail, what we want to do is we kind of want to sort of state why the user failed. So what we're going to do, I'm going to pat Socks's head and she's like, no, I'm not happy with that. Well, too bad. Still not happy. Yeah, no. What we want to do is catch error. This is where we also want specific cases when users can't log in. So in NearBeach, there is a case where a user will have to have, oh, thanks, Socks, have to have a group and a permission set attached to them. Now that's one thing that I've just realized I haven't done, and we're also assuming that this login page won't actually have any network errors. We've got to also determine what happens when we have a network error and stuff like that. So what I want to do is I want to sort of notify the user what exactly went wrong. And we'll have to do this in the back end. All right, not a problem. So what we want to do is we've got the image, we've got the login panel, and we've got the two-factor panel. I want to have a message come down into here. I haven't really designed this at the moment, that's the problem. And the problem is the instant that comes through, it could be that's another thing too that I've got to do. All right, tell the user that we're logging in. That will be the that will be the button state.value now equals the we have it object state enum. Have that as logging in. And we'll handle all of that out of here. Up here, what we want to do is we have that tell user they can use the button again. No action. All right. Yeah, I need to do the catches and the errors for this. It is getting very, very late. It's nearly 11 PM here, and I'm like, holy hell. I am getting a bit tired. We should raid someone soon. So I'm just thinking who we can raid. All right. I'm not going to deal with the error at the moment. I need to actually find, let me actually show you the logins. I need to find somewhere here where I can notify the user of an error. So what I could potentially do is I can move in a little bit of information in here. So I can go up here. Let's say, let's just edit this. I can do another P and be like error, something like that. All right, cool. We'll click out of there. We could do something like that. That won't be too bad. And if I get rid of that, I'm just going to refresh the page. If I get rid of that, I'm faking this, by the way. So margin bottom is going to be 1.2 rem. That looks okay. Yeah, that looks okay. So it might be one of those things that I have to just put in there on both sides. So with the not the button component, but not the login component and stuff like that. Wherever the other one is, I have login panel over here. I'm just going to move this over here. So we've got the login panel, we've got this, and what I could do is I can have error text in there, and that's just a prop. They'll come down from above. I can just go p class equals error message. We'll have error message in here like so. Define props. That will be fine. Error message required equals false. Type is just going to be a string. We're all happy with that. And then down here we've got the login panel, we've got all of that. That's all fine. And then we'll just have dot error message. We'll have the font color. Oh, let's do font size. We're just gonna pick 0.75 rem, line height 1 rem. We'll go color var. We do have a red, don't we? We have a text red. Font weight, gonna be bold. And all right, it's gonna be 0 at the top, 0 at the sides, 0.25 rem, and then 0. And then after all of that, we're gonna do an at for content is going to be that. So if we go in here, it doesn't actually show anything. All right, not a problem. What we're going to do is we're also going to pass it down into the other one because we'll need to actually pass it down into the other one. So we've got test in there. All right, sweet. It does mean everything's just going to be like boop. If it is no longer in there. And what do I mean by that is, let's go login page. You see, it'll just pop down again. There you go, Socks. You're on the big screen now. Oh, that's fine. I think that's going to be fine. I think when an error pops in, it's going to move everything so the user takes note. I think that's going to be fine. All right. So error message, that's fine. That's fine with the the login panel, what I'm going to do, once again, I'm just going to yank this from here. This is going to be pretty much the, oh, I don't actually have the, all right. And yeah, we just need that error thing coming through. That's just these 4 lines. Boom, like so, everyone's happy. That should just compile without a problem. So what we're going to do is we're going to get rid of that test for starters. Is we're going to make sure the 2FA works. So I'm just going to go admin. I'm just going to click sign in. All right, cool. So there is a problem. It didn't tell me that it is logging in the button. I will need to fix that up in a second. Yeah, because that's one thing we want. We want to be able to click on that button and have that button sort of convey to the user, hey, this is happening. And then the button goes into a disabled mode. So here's the 2FA. What we've got here now is, we've just got to insert the 2FA. But I'm going to ignore that. I'm just going to refresh. I'm going to, so sign in to logging in. All right, cool. Just going to do that again. I'm just going to refresh. It's going to hit. Yeah, it's not changing that. All right. Oh, I haven't done it. Yeah, I know why. All right, cool. I'm not going to fix it because I'm going to be moving these to that whelp, and I'm going to be, doing that. So in here now, we've got the button state, we've got all of that, we've got the errors, we've got the activate to panel sort of stuff. That's working how we want it to. With the sign in, this is where we're going to copy this. I'm actually going to go over here and just paste this in to the console. All right, so URL params.get next. All right, cool. So that's pretty easy. So we've got URL params, we've got the next, and then what we want to do, window.location.ref equals the next. And what I want to do, if it's nothing in there, we actually want to do this. And then what does this say? Next is redundant. Oh yeah, we can just, all right, cool. Oh wait, that's an error. Whoops. Add code to do. Add code to handle errors. All right, easy done. And then yeah, we don't need a return because everything will. That's fine. We've got all of that. I hate accidentally hitting the F1 key. I'm just going to refresh. We're just going to go admin. We're going to go sign in. Yeah, I will fix that up later when we use the components. I'm going to jump into here. We're just going to copy this. We're going to go over here. I'm going to paste it in. I'm going to hit sign. Boom. All right. That is awesome. So we're part of the way for the login page now. Now the idea is if there's an error that comes back with the 2FA, we'll at least give the user another shot at typing in the correct 2FA number. They might have just fat fingered. However, there might be a case where if they try too many times, we essentially take them back to the login page. Yeah. That's pretty much it. Anyway, let's actually go and raid someone. Oh wow, they are. Yeah, let's. But yeah, we got a lot done tonight. Yeah, I'm getting happy where this is going. This is probably the login page is going to be the first sort of functionality that we've got to flesh out correctly. From there, everything hopefully will fall into place and it becomes faster and faster and faster to sort of develop for NearBeach, especially considering we're removing quite a lot of the technical debt, so we no longer have to think about certain sort of cases. Anyway, I'm going to move this down. I'm going to turn him on. I'm going to mute that. And let's raid on through. All right. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here. And for those on YouTube, I'm sorry that you won't be able to join our raid, but thank you very much for being here. Don't forget to like and subscribe because that actually really does help the channel. And thank you.